Okay, here we go. Alright, time to get started on things. I am going to take a few minutes to get things set up here, so in the meantime, just listen to this relaxing Fendrana Drifts. I'll be getting started momentarily. Alright. I think I got everything put up. Let's just back out of this. Get over to here. And click on Dish. There we go. Okay, just checking to see if things are operating optimally. It seems that they are. So, I guess we got that, and we got this. Okay, welcome everyone to the latest comic page that we will be working on. This is page 82 of my comic. Well, the comic series is called Dreamscape. But this individual comic is called Of Heroes and Legends. And we have a bit of a different scene this time. The entire comic issue so far has mostly taken place at the tournament. But here we have a bit of a change of scenery with a different character in a different location. Yeah, I just got a bit tired of working on the tournament grounds over and over and over. So I felt this would kind of break things up, like, variety-wise. Yeah, this page actually takes place on the, island that the characters are planning to go to after the tournament, which is New Genten Island. And this is just a bar, tavern thing out here. The kanji on the top here says bar or tavern in, like, Japanese. That is where we are at on this page. We got a nice little storm going to give a bit more of a different kind of visual when compared to how the tournament air is. Yeah, it's, tried to put in some clouds up here, make it not so dark looking, but it still has a bit of the darkness to it, because it is turning into day over at the tournaments. It's turning into morning, so logically it should be coinciding with, like, what other islands around are experiencing time zone-wise. Not the same time zone, but similar enough to be having a similar type of weather, not weather, but sunshine amount. Obviously, the weather is quite a bit more drab over here. And we got some good Metroid Prime music playing to keep things all nice and somber, ambient and calm. And Metroid Prime, well, Metroid music in general is always just good music to have playing while you work. Fills in the mind with all sorts of wandering with the atmosphere it provides, but not enough to really get you distracted from what you're doing. Oh, I've got the size of the brush way too high. There we go, everything's all fixed there now. It was nice to go back and play Resident Evil again. I wasn't initially planning to play through, like, both Chris and Jill, but once I got done with Chris, I was just thinking about it for a few days while I was working on, like, commissions and stuff. And I eventually decided that, yeah, it's, I know the game well enough after beating it with Chris that it shouldn't take that long with Jill. And it was like 2 hours earlier, well, 2 hours less than how Chris's one went. Would have been even less if I hadn't gotten stuck on that last crate-moving puzzle. I was just classic Edward shenanigans there, messing up where it was just fine in the previous playthrough. It is nice to have all of one completed, like, on like, a video and stuff. Now there is visual proof that Edward can beat that game. Not that I think anyone was questioning that, but if they ever were, there it is. Yeah, out of the entire series, Resident Evil 1 has, like, feels like it encapsulates what the initial ideas of the series are about. Overall, the themes of evolution and stuff, they feel like they're tackled more in stuff afterwards, like, better, like, as more of a focus, but for one, everything feels like it's just perfectly placed for that title. Yeah, I would say that Resident Evil 1 is a lot better than the general audience thinks it to be. Not that they would all think it's bad, but it doesn't feel like it has enough credit given to it for the amount of work and thought that's put into it. But this isn't Resident Evil. If people want to see that, they can just check the video I did before this one. This is comic making. The primary purpose of Edward's life. 12 years, 12 or 13, no, Probably not 13, I'm gonna say 12 years at this point of doing this. Yeah, it's always nice to have, like, kanji and stuff on objects. It adds a nice flair to everything. Makes it feel more, I guess, mystical in a way. But just makes it feel more artistic looking. Like, Asian stuff, primarily, like, Japanese and stuff, usually has a lot more artistic appeal to me than a lot of Western stuff does. But every culture, every nationality, country, whatever, all has their own little quirks to them that makes them stand out and allows them to be uniquely their own when it comes to how things feel. At the end of the day, everyone's just a human, and it's just a bunch of those humans coming together and their various different aspects molding into something throughout their interactions and things that they contribute to society. That is what is remembered eventually once those cultures pass on and everything. Either through dying out or from transitioning into what the descendants end up being. Yeah, since this is like a tavern or bar, I kinda designed the roof here to sort of be like a wine barrel design, where it has like a little strap around the brown roof tiles. And since this is like a future setting, it's like the world that Doko's comics take place in. It's the future. They have like super high-tech technology, but it's like a lot of times it's very small town feeling unless you're like in big cities and stuff. So you'll have just more normal-ish buildings. Like, it's not normal, it's cartoony normal. And then you'll have stuff like this sort of future lifting machine for the wine barrel that's inserted into the side of the building. It's all just wacky stuff that I think will look nice and cool to the audience. Or funny. But it usually falls into having trappings of the futuristic technology side of things for at least one or two elements of the setting. When it gets into the more populated areas of society, then you usually get more of the prominent future technology aspect. All the hover cars that everyone is using. There are cars that are like our cars in their time period, which is used by some of the more rural area type of people, or less wealthy types. Like, not less wealthy types, it's just like a more affordable option to have like cars with wheels sometimes. But most of society has the hover car type of stuff going for them. And the stuff that does have wheels has like usually thicker, more blocky type of wheels, I think. Yeah, one thing I always loved was seeing Akira Toriyama's vehicles. Like, I would love if he just made a vehicle manga. Because it is clear that he prioritizes that over, like, the fighting scenes of characters in Dragon Ball when it comes to, like, the cover art that he does. And here we have the interior of the tavern. I was going to put some more decorations along the inside, but I didn't feel like I really could find a good place to put things without cluttering the scene up in this panel. There's some stuff in the background down below, though. Not too much extravagance, but there is some objects to be seen as we go on. Oh, and this is a Gorgok. We have not really seen them since the battle on Gorgok Mountain, the final comic of the previous saga. Although, if you look, there is one in the audience at the tournament. I think it was in the previous comic. I don't think I've drawn any Gorgoks in the audience at the tournament in this comic. Gorgoks, there are Gorgoks that are like normal inhabitants of the world. It's just that they're native to Hanprint Island, which is the island Doko lives on. And that is, they were obviously the primary threat there for the first saga. Yeah, on their home island, the Gorgoks speak more like caveman-type speak, like, "Me Gorgok, you are dumb. Me going to stop you," type of thing. But that's more from them just not interacting with the other, like, people of Earth as much. Because the ones that are, like, off that island usually are, like, learned enough and have talked with people enough to catch on to how to speak more normally. They just originally learned enough to get by on, pretty much. But, like, the king of the Gorgoks speaks more like a normal person would. It's just all the ones that are, like, haven't bothered to try to interact with the rest of the world still speak more primitively like that. Yeah, the Gorgoks are a more simplistic race. They do use magic, though. The females of the Gorgoks use magic quite a bit. And, these two here are just kinda... I was just kinda throwing in things like, I imagine that this Gorgok guy is a bounty hunter that is passing through based on how he looks, and these two might be just travelers or something. He has a little wine glass there. Alright, the little crunched up can down here. I could leave the end of this just not filled in as black. Let me see. We may as well make it black. There's not enough color or space in there to have color to really warrant it not being filled in. Oh, well, we got the panels up here all filled in. Now we have a more familiar character, which is Doko. Yeah, the tournament is being played in the bar here. Since it's such a big event, obviously this would be like just whenever restaurants and stuff show things on TV for the people that are sitting by themselves or with friends watching to, like, be entertained and stuff. Yeah, it's a bit of a match to be watching. It's not every day they have this exciting of a tournament to show. Well, the tournaments themselves get pretty exciting, but for the individual matches, it's usually doesn't go on for this long a lot of times, and it's usually not this violent. So it is getting a bit of a showing across the different islands in the world. Or at least in the area. Not really sure where on Earth the Shadow Tournament Island is. For some reason, I always pictured some of the islands to be, like, between where Europe and America would be. Not sure why, but that's where I always thought of some of them as being. Obviously, Europe and America are long, long gone at this point. Yeah, it's the only things remaining of Europe and America in any country would be the mountains and hills from those countries, which by this point in the timeline would be islands. The tops of them are what people are living on by now. Oh, and for anyone watching, as I said earlier, I was working on commissions and stuff. That is why I haven't been making videos on working on the comic as much these days. I'm still doing them. I'll always be making the comic. It's just been getting a bit delayed sometimes from that. But by all means, anyone that wants anything created, I am willing to make anything. Well, not anything, but most stuff for anyone that wants. Just, if you want the sales prices for the commissions, that is in the description. I have some delicious chai tea, or chai, that I am drinking. Saying chai tea is kinda just redundant. Yeah, Doko is not doing good. I still don't have all the pages of this comic sketched out yet. Like, part of the reason that I was, like, taking a break before putting up the last comic-making video was because I needed to get more pages sketched out to work on, and I still haven't gotten them all sketched out. It's like, this match is just going on forever. But, we will keep doing it for as long as it needs to go. Don't wanna just put a little limit on the amount of pages to do for it and cut it short if there's a scene that needs to be shown from it. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah. I would love to just keep making videos forever and ever and ever. And working on comics forever and ever and ever. Which I do intend to do that. Yeah, yeah, when you're a creator, you never, ever stop. There is no off switch for someone that wants to keep creating. It's just a constant process. Unending. Unmerciful. Just constantly doing stuff. Well, we reached the end of that music track for the first time. Will we reach it for a second time? Only time shall tell. Bing, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Ba-ba. Yeah, the bartender here is kinda chatting with the person that he is giving this cup to. Yeah, from the sleeve here, it kinda looks like the announcer. They both have that brown shirt with the white cuff coming out from under it. But this is a different character. Yeah, this is just a bartender that doesn't really have a name that I've come up with yet, if I'm going to name him. Though I guess to be fair, the announcer doesn't really have a name either. He's just the announcer so far. Not sure if I'll ever give him a name. Just seems kind of fitting to call him the announcer. It'd be like giving a name to the Dragon Ball announcer. They're just guys that do their job. They are good at what they do. And what they do is announce. I'll commentate on the fights, not just announce. Yeah, and here you can see the guy that he's giving the stuff to, which is, if we come down here, it is the old sage, which I think this might be the first time I have ever, like, painted him, like, done him in color in the in a comic page. I think every other time I've had him in the comic, it's been on the black and white pages. I've painted him in color before, like, for holiday illustrations for the comic, but so far in the comic itself, I'm pretty sure he's only ever been shown in black and white. And then we also get what the bartender guy looks like here. And now that I'm looking over this, there really isn't much blacks to fill in on this page. It's mainly, yeah, it's mainly Doko, whenever he's on the page, is what takes up the most blacks. But here we just have kind of a little bar area going on. That's, since it's all painted, that's like all the black coloring out of the way, mostly. Mostly the black and white pages are where a lot of the black coloring happens. Although up here, we can do some of the shadows for the bottles on the shelf above the bartender. Yeah, if I wanted to get really fancy, I could, like, fill in the blacks on all those lines, but they're black. It's not gonna matter. I guess it doesn't really matter if I, like, color in the shadows for this either, but they're more solid objects, so it feels more appropriate to make sure they're completely black. Yeah, just been doing commission work lately. That and looking around town to see if there's any, like, job to get for, like, any money I can get otherwise. I did stop by the bookstore today. That's where I got the chai. The waitress there was telling me about how she saw that the Star Wars cartoon that I showed her, the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars, was on, like, the Disney whatever that they have out there now. I think it's called Disney Plus. Yeah, it's nice to see that cartoon is no longer just being ignored. That was the best thing they ever made a Star Wars to me. They didn't have much more in the way of, like, new stuff they got in for comics and manga, though. There were a few books, but not much that was different from what I usually see there today. If anyone wants, feel free to join the Discord. I sometimes put up the new books that I see at the bookstore in the books section of the Discord. Actually, let me see here. Oh, I should not have clicked that. Okay, I think it's working. Alright, well, we averted whatever crisis we might have run into there. Yeah, you never know what this computer's gonna do. Well, now oh, there we go. It was freezing for a moment here. Thankfully, it is allowing us to continue. Yeah, the link to the Discord is in the description, as always. It is always nice seeing people there and posting stuff. One of the members on the Discord today was posting about a weapons shop that, like, is open for Halloween, near where they're at. It was odd. I think it was like Wales weapons for something. It was just very odd to me to hear about that. That's certainly not the oddest thing I have heard in the Discord. There's quite some crazy happenings that get talked about in there sometimes. Oh wow, we're already on the final... No, not the final panel. The second to last panel. There really is not much blacks to fill in when Doko's not on the screen. But it's, I figured... I never care to show, like, the other editing process, because, like, the rest of it is doing all of these, like, the white areas, and that takes, like, forever, and it's just very, very boring to watch, so I never showed that part. That usually takes about an hour, hour and a half to do the whites. The blacks usually take a few hours, but that's usually because there's more blacks on the page. Here, though, it's just, yeah, there's a few eyes to fill in, there's a few shadows to fill in, and then there's Doko on the telly. And Doko still warrants quite a bit. It is kinda cool seeing the old sage in color here. He is, for those that have not, seen the whole series, the old sage is the caretaker or guardian of Doko. He's the guy that raised Doko. And back during the Servo Seas, which was 3 comics ago, when they're getting ready to set sail for the, this island, Fight Tataki Island, I think. Oh, well, the island they're on. The island that the old sage here is on is New Genten, but on Tataki Fight Island, which is where the tournament is, back when they were getting ready to set sail, they were talking to the old sage, who seemed to be expressing some concern about Doko leaving the island and heading off to the tournament. But the old sage had business on New Genten to attend to, and he figured that he'd meet up with Doko and his friends once they go to New Genten, because they need to go to New Genten because the guy that raised Mekmek is there and has invited Mekmek to the island for some reason. They're just stopping at the Shadow Tournament to, try and make money off of betting on Doko's matches before they get there. Because they are pretty much out of money. Doko and the old sage don't really need money to survive, but it does make things easier, and Mekmek and Tesley certainly want money to survive with. They are not the type to just live the wilderness type of life. Yeah, and the old sage, it's not really, probably not really that obvious in, comic form, but the old sage, he does not, he doesn't open his mouth, and is, he doesn't normally change expression. This is just, his face. That's what it usually looks like. But when he feels a different way, if he, passes behind an object, when he comes out from the other side, when you see him after he passes by something and his face is blocked, his expression will be different, and that's the only times the expression changes, is when he passes by something, something blocks your view of his face, so you can't see the expression actually in the process of changing. But he never opens his mouth, even when he, drinks and eats and stuff. It's just, you never see how he drinks or eats, it just happens. He's a lot more of a... has a more mystical feel to him when compared to the other characters. At least the characters that have been shown so far. And he's obviously a very old character, given his title and what he looks like. Very old man wandering type of look to him. It has this, old Asian hat that he usually wears. One half of the face is brown, the other half is white. And it's decorated with what looks like makeup, as well as this rather unsettling scar that has been sort of chopped into his face, it looks like. Doko, you are taking up most of the time of working. Yeah, even on this page, where Doko is hardly on it, he is sure to make me stop and work. It's down, but down. Yeah, every time that I finish a video, I always end up downloading them so that I always have them for if anything ever gets, like, taken down or lost or whatnot. I always dread the thought of just losing everything that I've done. Well, I won't lose everything I've done. Like, the comics will always be here, but when it comes to videos, that aspect of it, can never be too careful with YouTube. They do like to pull some really iffy stuff sometimes. I do like to think that there is some archive out there that is, like, automatically updated every time a new YouTube video is made. It would, just save every video that's ever been done. I doubt it's out there, but that is what I hope is out there in some form, somehow. Because there is a ton of videos that have been lost on YouTube. A lot of times people do save them, like, people that like the material, but there are things that it feels like will probably never be seen again. What will be seen, though, is this comic page, which we seem to have pretty much reached the end of. Out of nowhere, I kind of was not expecting this to go this speedily. I'm used to sitting here for hours and hours on end. Let's give a little look back over everything. Okay. Alright. Yeah, looks like we got everything in order. Maybe we'll go down here, maybe put a shadow, no. Because if we put a shadow in here, that doesn't really make sense for how the shelf looks in this panel. So I think we will leave this as is. Which means I think we're done. Let me see here. Yeah. This really went pretty well. Oh, hey, Shadow, how are you doing? Yeah. No, we have shadows here. They're all over the back of the shelves and stuff. But this stream, I think I'm done with the comic page. This went, like, really, super quick this time. Oh wow, only 45 minutes. Holy hell. Well, we didn't have much to do on this, but here is the results. The page 82. We have a different scene than we've been having. This is a bar or tavern on New Genten Island, which is where the characters will be going after this comic. It's where the old sage, which is Doko's parental figure, his guardian, has gone to because he had business on the island. He figures he's gonna meet up with the characters when they get here. Yeah, we've got a bar. And there's a kanji for bar or tavern there. And we got a Gorgok here as a patron, as well as whoever these two are, random background characters. Then we have the bartender discussing things with the old sage. There was another tragedy at a strip club. Yes, it seems that a rather sickly pattern is beginning to creep across New Genten. Then, they start talking about the match. That's your boy, isn't it? The one I watch over, yes. Hell of a fight. Seems like he's probably gonna be needing to bow out, though. Anyone with sense would have done that by now, but with him, he still has to make a choice. And then it shows Doko there, which is going to get back into the tournament. Yeah, this is a good break from the tournament itself. It's a different scenery to have here. But yeah, I guess this has been the comic page. I guess, oh, well, that is a good suggestion, Shadow. I certainly have time to doodle now. I just spotted a shadow to fill in over here, though, so I'll just do this real quick. And then we'll move on to some doodling. How has your day been going? I've just been going around town. Got some chai that I'm drinking from the bookstore. And came back and started working on this. Oh yeah, Doko has been going through quite a bit in this issue of the comic. A lot more than he has in, I think, pretty much any other issue. Okay, let's see. Alright, there we go. I think that's good. Oh, how is your commission doing? I remember you mentioning that earlier, I think the other day. Oh, well, I hope that friend of a friend is enjoying what you are producing. I just got done with a commission last night, and haven't heard back from the person yet, but I imagine it probably will be looked upon favorably. Let me just get a few little bits over here. Always try to blend the blacks into the line work. Make it more seamless. Ah, that was, it was very fun to do, those Resident Evil Let's Plays the past two videos. It'd been quite a while since I, went through them, which, if you ever want to know stuff about the story of Resident Evil Shadow, or the development of it, I would recommend the first video, the Chris Let's Play from the other day. The Jill one is kinda more supplemental, It has a few details in it, but not too much. But the Chris one goes over, like, main story stuff that I talk about, and things that happened in production on that game. Now let's do some doodles. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Sitting down to do some doodles. Haven't really gotten the chance to do doodling in a while, it feels like. Okay. And since I have been playing Resident Evil, let me just see... Oh. Oh, that is the... Okay. Oh, that's a bit too small of lines. Well, tomorrow I plan to go to play Resident Evil 2, if you want to tune into that. Since I finished up both stories of the first game. It's, let me see here. Just trying to see how the line work is going on this. Do I have... Yeah, I have the smoothness on. Pencil... Untitled. Oh, that's not great. Basic? No, that's like no... What did I have it at? Pencil? Okay, that has some pressure to it. Oh, that's pen. Pencil. Oh, so that's why it was so thin. Okay, well, we can work with that. Oh, well. If you do tune in, Shadow, you are going to get to see all the glorious G-Virus eyeball stuff that goes on in that game. Let me see here. Okay, so Chase McCain from Lego City. Oh yeah, all the little tinkering to do. It's always a hassle to get things the way you want them in the paint programs. Alright. Think I got a good picture to work off of here. Kinda makes me think of Leon from Resident Evil, since he is a cop in 2, which I'll see him in 2, but for the first video of Resident Evil 2, I'm not going to be playing as him. Oh, what was that? I think it was glitching out for a second. Let's see here. Whoa! That is a giant image. Let's shrink you down a bit. Yeah, when it comes to cops, Leon is a better one than some. Oh, well, Chase sounds like a very good cop, then. Yeah, the way he operates sounds like he never has to deal with the whole gun controversy stuff. Although I'm not sure how much LEGO these days would really be doing the gun stuff. They did have quite a few characters with guns, though, when it came to, like, Johnny Thunder and everything. The older sets of heroes and all that. Let me see, should I do... I don't know if I should do Dark Line or just the normal pressure lines. I'll do the pressure lines for now. Yeah, the LEGO property that I hear people going on about, like, in modern times the most is usually, LEGO Monkey Kid, which is obviously the Sun Wukong one. I haven't studied much in the way of guns, but there is a lot of gun, like, facts and stuff, like different models that I've looked up and put into a document for whenever I make the Final Evolution series, because that series has quite a few different types of guns that I intend for the player to be able to make use of throughout it. And each game is, like, set in a different time, so as the timeline progresses, it has more guns that are, like, more modern and stuff. Let me see here. Let's get another angle for him, as Edward draws him from an angle that he is not shown at. Or we can have this freeze, that works. Oh, there we go. Let's flip him around. There we go. And just for good measure, we will get the two law enforcement operatives that we played as the last couple of days. Chris and Jill. Yeah, the artwork for the Resident Evil games always was like anime concept art and stuff, but they end up using like live actors for the intro for that wonderful acting performance they have. Jill walks up to Wesker near the front door and he just yells, "No! Don't open that door!" Yeah, it is... That game has such a wondrous way that they cobbled together the performances. Oh, well, for Resident Evil, the first game, what they were trying to do was they were trying to make it like an American type of feel to it. So they were trying to get that atmosphere that, like, American horror movies had. The people making the game, though, Shadow, did not know English, so that did not turn out the best. I think pretty much anyone that could speak English was able to get a role. And the results vary. Or the results are usually pretty bad, but they went with it. The people that made the actual game part of the game hated it. They once the recording was done and everything, I think Kenichi, he's the guy that did the story of the game. He said he felt sorry for the players, and Oishi and Kamaya hated the performance. And Shinji Mikami, the guy that was the, director of the game, said in an interview that he was disturbed by it and promised that they would do better in the sequel. They did not know how the actual acting was until, they got reception from the game. Yeah, any game after one, they're obviously trying harder. That is 90s Capcom. I don't know if they ever had any good English voice acting during that time period. It's the same people that did the whole "What am I fighting for" Zero cutscene from Mega Man, and the Dr. Wiwi in Mega Man 8. Resident Evil was a breakout hit. It was pretty much the first 3D... Well, not the first 3D survival horror, but it was the first huge one. Pretty much every game after it ripped off what it did, gameplay-wise. And the story has a lot more thought put into it than you would think. Kenichi thought out a ton of stuff for it. And then he got let go from the game, and left Capcom to join Square, where he made Parasite Eve 2. Actually got moved on to Breath of Fire 3, after he was, goaded by Mikami into accepting that, because Mikami did not like that people were going to Kenichi, the story guy, for their problems instead of Mikami, the director. Yeah, that's basically how that went. The usual behind-the-scenes drama type stuff. And it is kinda sad, because Kenichi is the guy that did the whole story and everything for one. The series would not be what it is at all if he hadn't been there. But that is how things go in the earlier days of creating stuff sometimes. Dun, dun. Yeah, there's things that are always admirable and off-putting when it comes to the behind the scenes of things that get created. Happens all the time, sadly. But Kenichi did end up working with most of the people he worked on Resident Evil again eventually. A lot of them did end up leaving Capcom over the years, and a lot of them went to Square and worked with Kenichi again. Yeah, people eventually run into each other. Dun, dun, dun. Then Mikami's final Resident Evil was Resident Evil 4. And then he left, I think, with Kamaya and made Platinum Games. And then that's what they did. Yeah, for the games after 1, Mikami was the director on 1, but he was like the overseer of the rest of the series, pretty much, like the producer. The games all had their own directors, but Mikami could pretty much change anything that he really wanted to, which happened in Code Veronica. I believe it's because of him that the intro is changed to what it is in that game. There's a lot of stuff to go over with that series. Here, though, we are working on our Lego cop. Yeah, every company has their own moment in the sun. They all have their times to shine and times to dip. Oh, and for anyone watching along, if you are not caught up, be sure to slide your timeline bar to the far right to make sure that you are in the current stuff that is being talked about. Boom, boom, boom. If anyone cares about that. I'm not sure if anyone, like, besides Shadow is here right now. Mainly because I don't have a way to see who all is here. Yeah, for these guys, Chris here, he was originally called Mercurio Beamer, or Mercurio Beam. And Jill Valentine was originally Jill Morrison. That was like before Umbrella was made up, and before Wesker was called Wesker or anything like that. That was I think, 94 was when they were called that. The game came out in 96, Resident Evil 1. And there was a lot of changes throughout the story in development. Originally they were just throwing around ideas, but it like evolved out of a army project. Umbrella wasn't the thing back then. Oh, hello, Toonlight. How are you doing? We're just doing some doodles after I finished up the comic page. Which, if you want to see that, here is the latest of the comic pages. Yeah, this will be going up later on DeviantArt. But now we are on to working on doodles, because I finished up a lot quicker than I thought I would. Yeah, we just got a bit too little of blacks to fill in on that page. Went by very speedily. Then I started rambling about Resident Evil, because we got a cop that we were drawing. And I just got done playing some cops in those Let's Plays. But yeah, the Shadow, you said the other day that Lego Dreams is now, like, available on YouTube. Have you been, like, collecting it up or anything? Or is it just something that you have been watching in your spare time? I saw a few voice performances for some Lego Jokers. I'm the Joker, baby! Yeah, back in the old days, the original Batman, he would just shoot you. He's not one that, like, values, like, the whole I don't kill anyone rule. I always figured if I did Batman, it would be like he would start out like that, but as he would eventually decide against guns after like incident with the Red Hood, and then adopting Robin, and that would sort of change his philosophies on things. Oh, well, I do hope the expertise serves you well, Toonlight. Let's see. We need to move this arm down a bit. Here we go. There we go. That's better. You guys got anything planned for the spooky season? All I've had planned is those Resident Evil videos I've been doing. And then, my brother is supposed to be visiting in, like, a week or so, I think. He hasn't really given a time frame, but he's coming by for my birthday, he says. And I am always able to keep track of what age Noodle from the Gorillas is, because she is 6 days younger than me. Down, 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 boom. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. I guess if we wanna get technical, I did also play as a cop, sort of, or someone that was sort of a cop in a previous series of Let's Plays. This fine mechanical hunter here. Yeah, he starts out, Zero and X in Mega Man start out as basically police. But by the time his story ends, he is not really of the law enforcement affiliation anymore. Which you all probably saw in the videos of that game. Yeah, it was always kind of ironic to me that you play as, like, what are considered Mavericks in the Zero games, the terrorists of the series, despite obviously being the good guys. Down, 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 ba-dum. Make room for the badge. Well, you can always make your own costume if you want, Shadow. Could do what my parents did and just get a bunch of boxes to put me in as a makeshift robot. Yeah, I haven't been too up to date on the LEGO side of things since Bionicle ended. I'll see some things here and there, but overall, it's usually whatever is like in a commercial is what I'll see. The Monkey Kid is what I've seen the most. What I saw people talk about the most. Down, 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 boom. Oh. Well, you got a Venom. That's something, Shadow. Down, 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 down. If you want, Venom-wise, this is probably the best you'll find in Resident Evil. That horrible, horrible evil tyrant. Though, this is what he starts out as, though. He is basically a child version of a tyrant. But he's been made with, like, a certain chemical that allows him to mutate into the Venom-looking thing. It is, very, it is probably, like, the darkest that they ever get for, like, what is implied about tyrant stuff. Because they end up creating that, like, it's an official of Umbrella that other Umbrella employees are trying to get fired because of how bad he is. And he ends up, like, overseeing production on that model of tyrant by, like, harvesting a chemical that is present when I think it's adolescent kids or teenagers are too fearful, they produce that chemical in their brain. And to have, like, the best results for that, they, like, do open brain surgery, which kills every child they do that to harvest that chemical. That was the only tyrant they managed to make from that, though. And so, that process did not stick around, other than that one instance. And that guy gets killed by that tyrant, so a bit of karmic justice, I guess. Although then you have to face it, because obviously it's the final boss of that game. Yeah, there's some pretty horrible stuff in that world. Yeah, people always think of Albert Wesker as, like, just the go-to big bad villain, but of the villains in that series, I would say Wesker probably is not... Well, he's bad, but he's not, like, the absolute worst feeling. If he ended up having his... If he reached his goal, he would be, probably. Well, yeah, he would be, but since he never does, he never bleeds into that territory that some of the others do with what they accomplish. Yeah, this is a nice cheekbone Lego cop. Probably bring his hair out a bit, and now I realize I've been drawing on the wrong layer. So let's copy, delete, and paste. There we go. Everything is back where it should be. Now, when it came to the more adult side of things for, like, video games in the 90s, 2000s, I would usually look to things like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Metal Gear. Metal Gear was a pretty great series to me up until, like, Solid 4. But every series usually eventually loses its way if it goes on for too long, from my experience. Don't always have to, but most of them seem to. At least from my point of view. Obviously, I am just saying things from my perspective. Which a lot of people don't seem to realize when you, like, talk in videos is, like, every review video is obviously just a person's, like, personal thoughts on things. There is no, like, book that details what is the correct opinion. That is how reactions go. That is how humanity is. Oh, you don't like the Chinese third-party bootleg I got of this magnificent toy? I am going to murder you. Oh, we're almost done with this Lego guy here. Not sure why I kept these images here around. Suppose I need it, though, for this, the details on his vest. Chris and Jill here are kinda just doing their own thing. I forget who did the concept art for that game. It's a Capcom guy that they got to do the art for a lot of their stuff. Well, third party is the only way to go for Transformers a lot of times, Shadow. I would not give up my Studio Cell Unicron for anything. Although I did kind of break him. I ended, during transformation back into his humanoid form, I ended up bending it too much, and I think it's like the shoulder-arm connection snapped off, but it's like, as long as I have it hooked into place, it looks fine. So it's like, it's technically broken, but it's nothing to worry about. Either way, that transformation physically hurt me to do, because when I was transforming Unicron, my hand ended up slipping, and the material he is made out of, like, it is very unforgiving with the edges and the hard plastic. So it just, like, cut straight into my thumb, and he had, like, blood all over his horn. I eventually got him transformed, though. He is the Dark God of Chaos. I'm sure he is well acquainted with blood. Now he's just chilling on the chair over on the next to the wall across from me, just sitting there. We have had this tune playing quite some time. Yeah, we got Fendrana Drifts playing today. Always a classic Metroid tune to relax to. That is where you see Ridley when you first see him on the planet in that game. You see him before that when you, like, go to the planet, but you chase him from your spaceship. which is not the same model of spaceship as the one that Samus uses in Super or Zero Mission. Speaking of music, though, I guess I'll change this. Whoa. This is quite a bit more upbeat. Alright, I think that's a good volume to have it at. I would play Axiom Verge, except I don't think I have a way to play it on the computer, so I don't think anyone's gonna really see that. That is a terrific sci-fi side-scroller game, though. Have not played Axiom Verge 2. Oh, and since this is a drawing, I'm going to make his radio actually be a radio that wraps around, not part of his, like, body. As with many things, this tune is something I've always wanted to animate a scene to. The final boss battle of Axiom Verge. It's finally getting cooler outside now. It's like 65 degrees today. I am always so happy when it gets to the fall. I cannot stand the heat. It's always been an element of the world that I do not like. I can live in it, just don't care for it. Once you get into that 60-degree weather, that is when it gets pleasant to me. What is your guys' favorite horror video game series? Obviously, I do enjoy Resident Evil, but there are other horror games that I like. I do like Silent Hill 1. 1 is my favorite Silent Hill. 2 is alright. 3's good, but 1 is the primary one that I love there. I do like Alone in the Dark, but it gets really goofy later. Oh, and then there's the Chazot Mythos, which I'm pretty sure is what was a huge inspiration for, like, the, Slender Man, the Cabadath in that series. I remember when Slender Man came, like, when they started showing Slender Man on the internet, and all I could think was, this is just Cabadath. Like, why are people falling for this? Oh, I didn't realize he had, like, 2 different types of buttons on his pouches here. Alright, I think that is our, Chase Cop. Actually, let's get his hand in here again. You know, I haven't seen Masasa around on the Discord lately. Must be one of her periods where she's, like, taking a break from the social media side of things. Let's give him some wood to this hand. Well, that looks a bit weird. That looks better. Okay, yeah, there we go. There is our Lego cop dude. Alright. Just checking some things over here. Alright. So, let's get all these guys out of here. And let's save this, Ed after comic doodles. Alright, we got ourselves a Lego guy. Let's draw an Edward over here. Big ol' mouth. I would love to get to, like, making an actual video of, like, the Cards Against Humanity match that we had the other week and stuff. But I want to do, like, actual big animation parts for it. So that means it'll probably be on hold forever. I was gonna say, oh, that's not black. I need to readjust the coloring. There we go. Now it's black. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say that we needed, like, a little Anne Sprigg icon for the emojis in the Discord, but then I remembered I already put that in. The show that I've been, I guess, looking forward to the most lately is when they finally put out Season 3 of Hilda. I've been waiting for that show to come back. Been trying to figure out if the ending of the show is the ending of the franchise, or if it's just the ending of the show version. Because it was just a comic series. But, I imagine that in the year to come, that will be revealed more. It might just be a project that Luke Pearson works on whenever he feels he wants to. Give Ed some big ol' eyes. Oh, I did start making a profile on Fiverr, which is a sort of, where people can go to find people for freelance work for, like, art making or anything, pretty much. Still need to set up, like, prices and stuff on there, though. Down, boom, 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 boom. I got the stereotypical giant-eyed scream type of thing going on here. But in some under-teeth. If I remember right, for Star vs. the Forces of Evil, whenever you were, like, looking upwards at a character, it's like their cheek would jut out and, like, take up, like, most of the face. Like, sort of like that. Star vs. the Forces of Evil had, like, it had a very fun art style to it. Huh. I thought I heard some siren or something. Now I guess I'm just drawing Star. Yeah, whenever I draw her, like, after the show ended, I usually draw her without the hearts on her cheeks, since that gets, like, erased at the end of the show. Spoilers for how old of a show is it now? But, yeah, whenever I draw her, like, after that, it's usually me coming up with ideas for, like, how I would have continued things, so I usually leave the heart marks off. But this is just some random doodle, so I'll leave them on. I think you can, yeah, you can see her ear in the show. For some reason, I just got to thinking about Shaolin Showdown from this. Yeah, that is a show I would love to see, like, get another season, but at this point, I'm pretty sure it's dead in the water. And I think you put out more of the cheek. Now it just looks weird, so we'll go back to how it was. Shaolin Showdown was amazing. It is hard to top Jack Spicer, Evil Boy Genius. Yeah, Jack Spicer, he feels like a character that in other universes, he would probably do pretty well. It's just because everyone's, like, super good at fighting and everything. He always ends up getting beaten up there. I think, one of my favorite parts of Shaolin Showdown is in the final season, when Omi, like, absorbs all the elemental powers and has that, like, supernatural battle in the sky with Hannibal Roybean. Hannibal Roybean always felt like he was, like, what would eventually lead to the apocalypse or something, but obviously we never get to see if he would have led to anything, since the show got cut off where it did. Bum, bum. Yeah, it's always the good shows that end up having that cancellation happen. Challenge Showdown, Reboot, Sonic Sat AM, Marvel, Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Spectacular Spider-Man. The list just goes on and on and on. Kids Next Door, which could have had a continuation. Hello, Daniel. How are you today? We were working on the comic page, but that went surprisingly quick, so I just moved on to doing some doodles afterwards. Which, if you would like to see, here's how the comic page turned out. We got a, not at the tournament, we are on New Genten Island here, which is where the characters will be heading after the tournament, and where the old sage, the caretaker of Doko, has gone to for stuff that he is having to attend. Oh, someone set off a firework or something outside. That or we're under attack. Hopefully we're not under attack. If we are, I guess you will notice when this ends. But in Ohio, I'm pretty sure, well, it's Ohio, so no, it's up in the air on that one. But, now this is the page. Just, the old sage is watching from TV, the match and everything. Chatting with the bartender. And yeah, that's about it for that page. Oh, how are your grandparents doing, Daniel? I remember you were talking about the weapons shop earlier in the Discord. Down, bottom, bottom. Yeah, right here, I'm just working on a little yelly, scared, screamy-faced Edward. Right above this star butterfly, who is just kinda looking up into nothing. Just sort of a blank, dead stare. Let's see here. What is this? Oh, well, I can barely hear this music. So we'll get off that. Let's go to this track. Now we got an advertisement. Grow your sales. Bitrix 24. I don't need to grow... Well, I need to grow my sales, but I'm not going to go with their assistance. Yeah, this'll do for the music. And yeah, we'll go with this for the volume. There we go. Oh, and since you did see some of the Resident Evil Let's Play videos, Daniel, here's a bit of Chris and Jill for the stream. Our two, I was drawing a Lego cop for this. Because I was thinking about cops, I just put Jill and Chris in here. That is some of the illustrated artwork for the game. Oh, well, that's good. It is... I am very happy for your grandma, Daniel, to have survived that. The whole, the skin stuff is never an easy thing when it comes to the cancer side of things. And yes, the policeman does have a name. Chase McCain. Although, I have been saying the policeman just for convenience sake. This is a track from Freedom Planet 2, which is a remix of a track from Freedom Planet 1. Which, sadly for me, the tracks in that game that are, like, the best always seem to be remixes from the first game to me. 2's original pieces are nowhere near as good as 1's to me. They have some very treasure moments in that game, or that series. Treasure was always one of the coolest video game creation companies. Always had such inventive and cool ideas. I just realized, Daniel, you do not have a profile picture on YouTube. Shadow has his Little Shadow and Smokey as his. And I believe Toonlight, they had like a name, I think, for theirs. I can't really see well, because it's like the profile pictures in the chat are like really small. Oh yeah, my profile picture is there when I type in the chat. I always forget that I can type in the chat when I'm on this. I never have a need to, because it's like, oh, I can just respond in the video. There's no need to really go into chat for that. Transformers, robots in disguise. I need to get to work on, like, deciding on a picture to make for my birthday. And then also a picture for Halloween if I do that. But then I also have the Resident Evil Let's Plays to do. And then my brother's visiting. And I got a job to look for. I have so much stuff that I'm always doing. That's just typical for the Edward schedule. No time to breathe. Just keep on going. And there we got an Edward right there, expressing his very vivid emotion to the audience. I think I've seen that mannequin thing, Bowyer. Yeah, when it comes to memes, I don't usually have the most up-to-date stuff, because I never really look into that stuff. It's just if it pops up while I'm doing stuff, I'll see, oh, there's a new thing people are doing. The first time I ever heard the word memes was in Metal Gear Solid 2. That game was all about memes, but it was not like what people think of as memes. It's what a meme actually is, which is like the mimetic passing on of stuff. That game has to do with like the next generation inheriting like stuff through what they hear, that type of thing. It was all about the the potential manipulation of the digital age and all that. And it's actually pretty relevant to what ended up happening after it in real life, for like what led or is still going on when it comes to the digital side of things for us. Yeah, all the Metal Gear Solid games had like a theme to them. For Metal Gear Solid 1, it was gene, which is the genetic passing on of something. For 2, it was memes. For 3, I think it was scene, if I remember right. And I can't remember what 4 was, but it wasn't something that like really felt like it fit the conventions they were going with. Oh, yes, Tesley would absolutely... I've actually done a picture before where, like, Tesley is flaunting her boobs and, like, Stacy is glaring at her. If the program here doesn't crash, I may be able to find that picture. Just pray for me, chat, and hope that we do not lose the stream here. If we do, though, these are the sketches for the day. Alright, here we go. Into the depths of Edward's DeviantArt gallery. Okay, where are you, Miss Booby? Oh, that was... Oh, that's Masasa that asked that question. I was seeing one of the old response images I made for the comic. Now, this is what I was thinking of. This is, I guess, goes along with that type of mannequin boob thing you're talking about, Bowyer. And Tesley showing how endowed she is compared to Stacy. And then the rest of these are all just other doodles for the comics. Doko throwing himself into the fray. Various future vehicles, a hover vehicle, a land vehicle, a climbing vehicle. Doko making off with some of his prized food. And this is... what is his name? Is that Ready Cow? I can't remember. He's someone that hasn't appeared yet, but he will eventually. There's Sake Manalical, or the Wizard, as she has been called so far in the series. Let's get that off of there. And since DeviantArt hasn't shut us down yet, Here's that, the question Masasa was asking. This is answering what set Tesley off, as to how she figured out Doko is not into her. And it's basically just his obliviousness on the flirtations that she gives. And Stacy giving her thoughts on what she hears about it. And yeah, that is a Masasa question, if ever there was one. Or I guess God Pretzel, going by what she's called in the Discord page. And I guess we can hop over to the, this? No, that's just a black screen. Huh. That's weird. Oh, there we go. Yeah, here is the DeviantArt. What I have put up as of late. I haven't gotten as much stuff put up lately, cause like, it's been a lot of commission stuff, and not all of that goes up, depending on what the client wants, but yeah, I did a few Resident Evil ones for like the anniversary of when Raccoon City happened 25 years ago in the timeline, and then just various other ones here. Yep. That's all that. Anyone that wants can just head over to there to check that all out. Oh, now we got this all off center. There we go. Yeah, Mech finally did end up with Tesley, Daniel. But, with how they are, it's always a tumultuous relationship, so don't know if that'll last forever. But for now, at least, they are together. Yeah, Tesley and Mech are not the most, I guess these days you would say they're not the most wholesome people, so they got their own interests and stuff. I'm giving Star Butterfly a neck. Not sure why. Actually, I'll just make it a head. Not sure why I even worked to complete that. Actually, let me see here. Let's open this. There we go. We can add this guy to the sketches that I'm doing today, since he's kinda on his own in his own piece. He needs some friends, so we'll just move him off of there and make him part of the bundle of sketches. Those that tuned in a few streams ago will remember this guy. Was talking about my Final Evolution, like, survival horror video game idea and that. Yeah, he goes good alongside all these wacky cartoons. I guess let's move Edward and Star closer to Chase here. Down, down, down. And let me think. Taking a sip of the chai. But yeah, tomorrow I plan to do the Resident Evil 2 Let's Play, or get it started. There is no way I'm finishing Resident Evil 2 in a day on a stream. So I guess everyone be ready for that. Now let's see, what else do I want to put in here? Well, I guess since we were talking about Tesley, let's throw her in while we're at it. Tesley is an archaeologist in the world of Doko Rapilzo. She does all the digging around to find ancient artifacts, which can consist of anything from hyper-advanced technology to literal treasure to literal garbage to us, but that is of importance and interest to the people of the future due to being lost artifacts. Yeah, this could either be Tesley or... let me get a picture here. Since DeviantArt is being generous right now. Let's see, no, not her. This. Yeah, it could either, since it's uncolored, at least right now, could either be her, Tesley, or it could be her, Shalanda. She is from the 90s, 2000s time period of my stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, there's another one. And let's just get one more. The concept art for the final boss battle of the final Barbot game, which I think would be Barbot 3, The Freaks. After that, it just would transition into being The Freaks as a sequel series to Barbot, but there's Shalanda, and there is the ever intimidating King Shadow. And that would be the final boss fight of that game. All Jack Kite, Shalanda, and Shadow piloting a giant mech to kill the freaks with. But since they're the villains, they get defeated, obviously. They do not have their plans work out for them. Oh, God, ow. That hurt my ears. Got a little glitch up in the audio. Oh, you became a final boss, Shadow, from misinterpreting my character as yourself. Dun, 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 bum, bum, bada, bum, bum. I think I came up with King Shadow, like, I think around 1997, because that's when I have the first Barbot game take place. That's when King Shadow loses his body. Which, well, we had it glitching up, I presume due to DeviantArt, but I will risk going back in to display King Shadow better. Yeah, this is one of the only times I have ever, like, put up a picture of what King Shadow looked like when he had his body. That's him before he loses his body. And then there's him after he lost his body. The first few Barbot games, he doesn't have the armor, he's just a black figure in the shape of his original self, but after enough, I think at the end of that one that had the giant robot that I just showed, he ends up putting on this armor for the final battle, and after that, he just wears the armor for the rest of, like, the entire franchise, pretty much. Yeah, that is King Shadow, the maniacal would-be ruler of the world of the 2000s and late 90s. He's always trying to take over. Really, it starts as, like, he lost his body, so he's trying to take over Island Silver, which is, like, the island that, him, Shalanda, and Jack came from, so that he can acquire enough resources to get his body back. But as the series goes on, he becomes more used to being a shadow, and he starts to see the rest of, like, the world of, the world leaders of, like, all the other countries. He sees them eventually as just being idiots that are like, well, I can rule better than them, so I will take over and be the one that tells everyone what should be happening. And that's kinda where his ambitions of world domination come from. Although, he does end up having... He would probably not admit it, but he does have fun trying to take over the world. It's the usual, like, the hero fights the villain, and the villain keeps on fighting the hero and failing and fighting again. And so they develop that thrill of the opposition type of scenario. So mentally that probably doesn't help things, but it needs to be done, otherwise the bad guy is going to win and take over. Then Barbot, he was a biobot that was created by the Golden Hotel to protect the Earth from evil. And he is sent into Island Silver when King Shadow starts causing trouble. And ever since then, he is the guy that usually is the main one getting in King Shadow's way. And then the wars happen, which causes King Shadow's forces and the Freaks to end up having to work together to keep Earth, like, intact and keep the survivors from dying. All this lore and more you can find out on the DeviantArt, or in my Discord, where there are sections that deal with the comic lore and story and backstory and stuff. I won't reveal everything, because things will eventually, like, be spoilers if I keep talking about stuff, but there are things that you can pick up there that are covered more in depth than in the comics so far. Although there are some things in these videos that I reveal that aren't on the Discord or in the comic. And I'm sure I've revealed things I shouldn't before, but... ah well. It's all stuff that people should eventually find out as the decades go on. And let's give her some thicker eyelashes for a more seductive look. Yeah, Tesley is not one that has reservations towards flaunting her sexual appeal when she wants to get something. Oh well, we have a music track that Shadow the Cartoonist is suggesting, which I will get to right... oh, the Discord's not up. Okay, well we need to load this up then. Hopefully this doesn't crash everything. Yeah, it was a lot more coloring that was having to be done on this comic page for the last not the last couple of days, but like the last day. So like, it has a lot more color than some of the backgrounds at the tournament, because obviously at the tournament, it's just a lot of times the white background for the stands and stuff. Okay, now we have the Discord up. Tawn is a Scribe Tawn, or Tawn Greenlow, is apparently the American-British man. I'm just looking at what was talked about earlier. Oh, there's some messages for me. Oh, Mega Man 8. Okay, well. I'll probably manually switch over to that. Because if I click on the link here... oh. Oh, that was you leaving a message for me, Shadow. Alongside the commission person. I was wondering what that was up there. Okay, well, let me see here. Oh, wait. No, that was Digital Elite that was putting the Mega Man thing. Oh. I'm assuming this is from the latest death battle that this oh, wait. Should I even do this music? This might be copyright stuff. Well, we'll see. I'll switch over to it, and if it gets blocked afterwards, then I'll deal with things. So what is this? Final I'll just type Final Frieza Megatron. Okay. Cut off that music. Let's see. Final Formers. Turning setbacks into turning off the audio. Adobe Acrobat. I need to download Adobe Animate at some point. I think that's what most people use for ow, whoa. Dear Lord. That is... Well, they certainly went all out for the music in that match. Oh, this is a very, very stellar performance for the match I have yet to see in the death battles. Yeah, not paying any attention to the lyrics, just listening to the tune as I work. Yeah, I'm not... I know people like both characters, but I still stand by figuring that Frieza should absolutely demolish Megatron myself. Down, down, down. Yeah, Megatron is tough, but he's 80s cartoon robot tough. I guess this goes in line with, like, the chilling elegy Frieza theme that's in Kai. The sort of metalness of that. Let's see, how do I wanna... I'll draw her boobs first. Down. Down. Down, down. Yeah, Tesley kind of fills in the role that... part of the role that Bulma had in Dragon Ball, which is the fan service character. The unabashed, just throw her tits around kinda one. Down, 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 down. I do have to imagine, though, that Frieza and Megatron would have to respect each other's tyranny and all that. Down, 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 down. Down, down. Well, this is fitting music for those two coming into conflict. Kuriza-sama, and the Emperor of Destruction, Megatron. Megatron. And we just have it on repeat now. Let me see here. Might have Tesley a bit. Let's move everybody over. Chase is gonna get a bit more to the left here. Oh, you do like your slinky, Daniel. I imagine Tesley would be the one that would get the most fan art made of her out of all the female characters. Down. Yeah, hopefully this music is alright, Shadow. I am taking your word on this. If not, it's not too big of a loss. I'll just chop this part of the video out so it's able to be seen. Really, streams are just, like, for the people passing by, though. I doubt too many are going to go back over the years to look at these videos afterwards. Although, for those that want to see the behind-the-scenes of my comics, that is... these videos have quite a bit of material for that. Oh, damn. Well, you haven't gotten me into too much trouble yet, Shadow, but there is a first for everything. Now, I'm sure you'll always be a safer option than someone like Masasa. Yeah, Tesley has the biggest breasts out of any of the good guy characters. Down, 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 down. Yeah, it's not that hard to get the boobs looking right. You just gotta keep in mind where the nipple would be and then slope down from that. And then we'll play this music one last time, and I should probably switch on to something else after that. It is a very jammin' track, though. The start of this makes me think I'm in Crazy Taxi or something. Yeah, 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 yeah. And down, down, down. Yeah, I could never tell when I was younger if Frieza was supposed to be a guy or a girl. It always seemed like one of those Poir situations. Down, 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 down. Best Megatron ever, though, would be, well, it's not the same character, but the best character to use the Megatron name is the Beast Wars Megatron. Yes. It was always hilarious to me how, Jobby the Hong, for his, like, toy reviews, he actually got the voice actor for Beast Wars Megatron to voice Megatron in his video reviews. That was amazing. Well, I didn't know whether he was a guy or a girl, Daniel. The lipstick always made me think Frieza must be a girl, but then I'd hear characters sometimes say he when talking about him. From what I remember, Frieza... well, it's believed that Frieza was based partly on Yu Kondo, which is the editor that Toriyama had after Torishima. The editor he had for, like, Yu Kondo was the editor he had from, like, Piccolo Jr. up to Cell. And then he got one last editor for Buu. Pilaf to Piccolo Daimyo was Torishima, which Piccolo Daimyo is believed to be partly based on. That's the one that feels like the most like it was based on a person. but it feels more like people think that those characters are based on the editors, because it's like people thought that about the first one. Because I really don't see much similarity for, like, Yu Kondo and Frieza when compared to Torishima and Piccolo Daimyo. Yeah, we'll move on to another track. Just for safety's sake. What's that? Not that. No, 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 no. There we go. Since we are in a Dragon Ball type of mood, though, how's about we continue with a bit of a Dragon Ball track? Yeah, keep the Yu Kondo era going. I guess this wasn't in the show, but neither was the last thing we heard. This is the Bardock theme for one of the games, I think Fighter Z. Let's see here. This is an opportunity to put Tesley in a different outfit than she normally has. Yeah, we'll do a shirt for her. Do a bit of a stretch across it for the obvious filling out that she causes. And then Tesley, as with all descendants of the Silveronians, has these three-fingered claws for hands. Yeah, we'll do the same design at the bottom of the outfit. And I guess maybe on the ends of the sleeves here. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, there she is, all busted up. Well, let's see here. Got quite a bit of stuff on this now. Oh, I didn't realize I gave Tesley the Angel Amy eyes. Angel Amy always has just eyelashes and pupils. She doesn't have, like, underlines for her lower eyelids. It's just skin color instead of, like, white eyeballs for her. There we go, everything's all packed together now. Let's see here. Oh, there's all them. We'll just drag this over here. Then, let's put some color to this guy here. I think my favorite death battle track is Wings of Iron, the Gundam vs. Optimus Prime music track. Now let's try to get a good shade of yellow for this dude. Let's freeze the paint program for this dude. Here we go. Yeah, when I first saw stuff of that Monkey Kid show for LEGO, I didn't realize they were LEGO characters. I thought it was just doing the Simpsons thing of making the characters yellow. Yeah, I would have people suggest music more to play on here. It's just I always worry about like what will and won't get things taken down. It's not too much of an issue though. 1 or 2 streams here or there being affected is not really all that concerning. I've only seen a couple of episodes of the Monkey Kid show, Daniel. It looks like a fun time. But I haven't seen too much of it. I do know that Red Sun character makes me think kind of Jack Spicer, with him being like the failure villain and all. And having red hair. The one that's all full of himself. Okay, now I don't have incremental on. And I do need to check at some point the question and answer section of the Discord, because I know there have been a few questions asked in there. I just never have time to like make a picture response to those. Oh, and Wiggle Boy, if you ever see this, thank you for the Tumblr birthday picture that you did. That was very nice. Yeah, get into the tactical vest area up here. Yeah, gotta get things set up for the Resident Evil 2 Let's Play I'll be trying to start tomorrow. Resident Evil 2 is the old Resident Evil that I have the least experience with. So I'm not sure how smoothly that'll go compared to the first game. But I'll probably have enough to say about it to keep it going. The main thing I need to do after this is, like, put together thumbnails to use for the Resident Evil 2 Let's Play. Which, I will not be doing Leon tomorrow. I will be doing the other character of the game. Leon's always been a bit odd to me, because it's like, he feels like a side character that gets, like, main character roles compared to the other main characters. Like, out of Claire, Chris, Jill, and, like, him, the others always feel like they're dealing with the more important stuff when compared to Leon. But Leon's, like, the popular one for some reason. It's that cop boy charm. And because I'm missing it now, I'll head back and chance the Megatron Frieza tune again. Yeah, if this doesn't freeze. I blame DeviantArt. Going to that site on stream usually leads to some pretty not great results. Whoa. Bit of stutter there. Oh, no, not this. Stop, don't play. No, please, no. Thank you. Oh, no. We got the ad, I'm sorry. Edward tried to avoid it. But it, like death, is inevitable. Okay, you... get over here. Okay. Get that out of the way. And we'll slip back into some Rooster Teeth. Yeah, I was in a chat the other day where people were talking about, like, machinima and Rooster Teeth and stuff. And they seemed to be under the impression that Rooster Teeth was gone. Like, that they stopped. But as far as I know, they've just always still been going. Yeah, as long as there is the internet, I have always expected there to be red versus blue. Even if it will eventually end at some point. Yeah, I'll definitely listen to this music track in my free time. Yeah, well, most groups end up becoming jerkish over time, Shadow. It's an unfortunate side effect of the evolution of the business side of things a lot of times. It's a rather cruel development, but one that is what usually allows the company to continue on when valuing, like, profit and stuff. That, and it's always about who is in charge at what point in time. Certain individuals cause a cascade of effects that trickle down into the unfortunate repercussions for other people. Down. Yeah, well, red versus blue has felt like it's been going to end for quite some time. Yeah, it seemed to be ended at a couple of points. I still think, like, the Blood Gulch Chronicles are the best stuff of it. That and, like, I didn't care as much for the first Monty Alm season, but once it got to the final of that trilogy after the Blood Gulch Chronicles, it was pretty awesome. Them finally facing the meta and everything. And, yeah, that was just such an amazing display of no matter what, no matter how good you are, when you're up against the Reds and Blues, they are going to find a way to fail to victory. Doesn't matter how deadly you are going to die against those morons. Yeah, and it was pretty cathartic to see that happen to, Felix in the end of the, what was it? That civil war that was going on that one planet. Yeah, I think I like stuff from every season of Red vs. Blue. It has its worser seasons and better seasons, but it's usually pretty fun regardless to me. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Yeah, I haven't seen Frieza versus Megatron for the death battles, but I did see Bill versus Discord. And that played out pretty much how I figured a fight between those two would go. It's really just the situation that'll determine the winner between those two entities of chaos. Down, 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 ba, down, ba. Transformers Devastation gives a pretty good finale for the Optimus Megatron thing in that game. Although it is kinda ridiculous to see Optimus transform into a truck and drive around in outer space. It's in Energon it happens, but that's Energon. Not really something I expect as a standard for Transformers. I know it's all just prioritizing the gameplay there, though, is all. Down, 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 down. Oh, Shadow, how has the library stuff been going? Did you ever hear back about that? I've tried to apply at a library here, but they've never contacted me. I also tried applying at a candy store today, but they only take high schoolers and stuff, so no luck on that. Let's just give this a save to be safe. Oh, that's why things are glitching up. I never clicked off of the video here. Oh, there I am. Let me see here. Rooster Teeth got rid of Camp in Red vs. Blue from something. Can't see what the rest of that says. Death battle, death battle. Take me higher. Could click on that. How Sonic Frontiers was saved? I didn't know it was broken. Oh boy, a Pizza Hut advertisement. Oh, well. It is awesome that you seem to be getting that library thing down, Shadow. I would definitely pay a visit if I were in the area. Although maybe you could convince Masasa to come down and take a look at the selection. Let's see here. Not that, not that. Got an advertisement for Sonic Superstars. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. I have the opening to Digimon Tamers stuck in my head right now. I do not dare play that for fear of the copyright. Although it is one of my favorite music tracks ever created. Biggest Dreamer. We can go with a different, enjoyable music track. Or we can have this freeze. That's a rather common occurrence, it seems. Okay, here we go. Ding 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 ding. Boom boom. Oh well. I'm sure whatever you desire is not what Masasa would pay attention to, Shadow. Just never tell her where you're set up. Uh-oh. That wasn't what I wanted there. Just trying to recolor Chase's hair, not his skin. Yeah, no. This tune is actually what I would think of when I would think of the initial attack that the observers do that start the war in the in 2008 in my stuff. This would be like what I imagine is like playing when they're attacking Cincinnati, Ohio. And that's the first city that gets destroyed. Partly because it's where I was living when I made that part of the stuff up. And because in-universe, the team that I was a part of in the stuff was primarily located there. We operated as the Golden Hotel, which was an intergalactic peacekeeping force. Down, 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 down. Down, boom, ba-dum, boom. Now it goes into the zero part of the soundtrack. Down, ba-dum, ba-dum, boom. Down, 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 down. And we're just getting Chase colored up. Keep wanting to say Chase Young since I was talking about Challenge Showdown earlier. This is one of the best opening musics for a video game ever. Just the whole first level is incredible. Sorry to anybody that wanted to have a comic making stream. I was not expecting it to go that quick. Although I guess that bodes well for it getting put up today. I am sorry for how long it has taken to get some of these pages up with the commissions I've been working on and all that. Come on. Don't freeze, please. No, there we go. Okay, and since I am in a Mega Man mood, I'm actually going to play a video that I remember. Yeah, let's switch the, and... Yeah, I'm going to take a slight break from drawing and head on over... Oh, no. For anyone that watched the Mega Man Zero Let's Play videos I did, you should remember the final fight of Zero 3. This is like the best, like, this is an animation someone did of it years, like, over a decade ago now. And it is always a treat to watch. Gives a very good rendition of it. Not sure why I'm deciding to do this here, but we can all watch it together. Just a small break from the doodle stuff. Yeah, Ultimate Maverick would always make these videos using, like, audio from the games and these sprite animations. They were fantastic. There's the bastard himself. Wow. Yeah, this pretty much puts everything together as the fans would have wanted to see the fight go. I think Bowyer was watching... Yeah, Bowyer, you were watching this fight when I was playing it. This time, however, I do not have to put up with the challenge of getting down Omega on the amount of energy I had. He's a bloodthirsty god of destruction. Alright, Omega, or should I say, Original Zero. I had a lot of fun voice acting while in those games. Got this fantastic Mythos version of Cannonball playing in the background. Wow. This is so awesome. And there you can see, like, the original body of Zero from the X games whenever Omega passes in front of the light beams and stuff. There's the Dark Elf. Just like a century ago. Omega, finish them! Then you have the battle between X and the Dark Elf in the background while the Zeros are fighting. This would be so amazing if they actually were able to do this in the game version. Yeah, there's his old body. Little deflect by the Dark Elf. And then we get into the really cool part where you get, like, all the flashbacks in the background whenever Zero gets hurt. And all the stuff pertaining to him. There's dreams of Wily, X4 backstory where he killed Reploids. There's Wily in the back. Then the magnificent Eggman voice actor laugh. And then I think this is the conversation Ciel has with Zero when she wakes him up that he's remembering. Well, and there's all the resistance guys he's fighting for. This is so badass. Just chopping away all the post-traumatic memories. Oh, there's all the ones that don't appear in the Zero series. Yeah, I always love watching through that. A nice little break from the sketches. And now we're back to the sketches. Yeah, 03 is one of the greatest Mega Man games ever created. Everything about its story, the gameplay, it's just a great time all around. Thankfully it didn't get dragged out like the classic in X series did. But now we are left with finding another track to play in the background. Oh, how's about this? An advertisement, and then some Sonic music. Yeah, this'll do. So that I don't have more glitching during this, I'll switch over to a different window. Then we'll get back into the scribbles. Yeah, Sonic 4 episode... Sonic 4 is not the greatest Sonic game, but dear lord, it had some really good tracks in it. I don't quite care for the how they handled the Death Egg 2 in that game, but they had quite some good music for it. When it comes to libraries, I remember I saw Godzilla against Mechagodzilla from a library in Ohio back when I was younger. It's the one with, I think it's the second one that had Kiryu in it, which is the Millennium era Mechagodzilla, aka the really, really cool Mechagodzilla. Yeah, this guy right here. This Mechagodzilla. Do not care as much for the movie as some other Mechagodzilla movies, but it was a really cool design for that Mechagodzilla. I think what would be my favorite Mechagodzilla? It might be the first Mechagodzilla movie. I think that was the one where they had, like, the aliens that were like worms coming out of the face and stuff. The bow. I'm just going to leave the badge as orange to differentiate it from the skin color there. Let's get all these cops off screen. Maybe do a bit of the Tesla. Down, bow down, yeah, down, down. Yeah, years and years ago, I was attempting, with my very limited understanding at the time of animation, to make an animation of the final battle of Mega Man 04. I still intend to do that at some point, but that was back when I was, like, making animation with paper and pencil. That took forever to do, because you, like, had to scan in every single frame into a scanner, and then check how it moved in the computer when you set it into the program. And then if it didn't look right, you had to go back to waste more paper, and then rescan. And the scanning process would take, like, hours and hours and hours to do with how many pictures you had to make. But it was fun. And I would always use my dad's graduation present to me, which is this animation table that he made for me. Oh, well, the Godzilla did have some fun games during that era, Daniel. Ours was Destroy All Monsters for the GameCube. I always, when it comes to Godzilla, I always like the Showa era the most consistently. Because it is a bit dumb, but it is fun. And unlike the other eras, it a lot of times doesn't devolve solely into just the human characters talking forever. That gets a bit old to me. the Heisei era, I always liked Godzilla vs. Destroyer. It's, that felt like the most fitting finale to a Godzilla series to me. Him finally succumbing to the atomic energy that makes him up and fighting what is basically a living oxygen destroyer, which is what destroyed the original Godzilla. I'm not sure. I think I've seen all the Godzilla games from that era, Daniel, so I know what it is, but I don't know which one it is by that name. I'm assuming the one you're talking about is where you can, like, power up the monsters into, like, super forms and stuff. Where they, like, have those glowing lines across them and everything. Tesley's got a bit too dark of skin here, so we're going to have to go back and lighten her up a bit. Yeah, down, back down. Here we go. Whenever I do characters like Anne Boon Choi, I usually end up messing up some of the skin tone for them. Not all the times, but it happens often enough to take note of. Down. I have always thought that Masasa is a better colorer than me. Down. When I sit down to do a good work on it for, like, days piece, though, the coloring usually comes together. Down, bow down. Down, bow down, bow down. There's Star, with her just staring into nothing. Guess I just moved on to her. Oh, well, then no, I don't think I have seen that game, Daniel. I have seen a Godzilla game where you can play as, Dr. Serizawa, which is the guy that created the oxygen destroyer that killed the original Godzilla. And he's, like, Godzilla-sized. And for his, like, special attack, he has his face turn into a giant laser cannon to shoot at other monsters. That was always the most hilarious thing you could play as in a Godzilla game to me. Down. I did see recently that people have finally found the never-released recordings of Tim Curry playing the Joker in Batman the Animated Series. He was the guy that they were originally going to do for the Joker, but they ended up going with Mark Hamill. And from what I heard, Mark Hamill is the better one there. Oh, well, that does not sound like a very good environment, Daniel. All this Godzilla talk, though, let's see if we can't get a Godzilla type of music going on here. Here we go. Got a little King of the Monsters. Yeah, the classic Godzilla theme. Although this started out as the military theme in, like, the first or second movie. Then after that, it just became Godzilla's theme. Like how the escape sequence and Super Metroid boss battle theme became Ridley's theme. A bit loud. Let us turn that down a tiny bit. Not sure what my favorite Godzilla monster would be. I like Destroya quite a bit, with all its different forms, and it pretty much just looks like a flat-out demon. Although I do love all the different suits that they do for Godzilla over the years. He has so many different looks he had throughout, like, the 60s and 80s and everything. All similar, working off of the previous one that came before the current one, but they usually have some sort of change in the costume. Usually minimal, but noticeable enough if you're watching the movies side by side. One of them got repurposed into being a monster in Ultraman. I think that was the Mothra one that got the Mothra Godzilla suit that got turned into that. There was like a giant water tank for the water scenes in the Godzilla movies that they'd always use. It was I think it was called the Big Pool. And if you fell over in a suit in that thing, you were going to drown with how heavy the suits were. They always had a crane on standby to, like, hoist the actors out that got trapped in there. No one died, but there were instances of worry. It is so good that this theme has prevailed over the decades. It would be a shame if they ever lost this for the series. I like the original Godzilla, the original King Ghidorah debut film. That one's pretty good. That's like where Godzilla first started becoming a hero, because before that he was always like a threat. But when Ghidorah came into the picture, he had to like team up with other monsters like Anguirus and Mothra to deal with him. And that sort of seemed to soften him up to the other inhabitants of Earth. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, whenever Ghidorah gets involved, it's always a really bad thing. King Ghidorah. I've also had like Kaiser Ghidorah and stuff, but King Ghidorah is the one Ghidorah to me. He's always affiliated with, like, aliens. Usually the Zillions, I think. Tesla has quite the outfit here. This is a very triumphant rendition of the Godzilla theme. Let's see here. Actually, Shadow, are you still around? I was thinking about after this. Well, we'll see. I am getting hungry. Oh, it's already 6:30. Oh, well, if you are around, I was thinking of watching that Megatron Frieza battle in real time on the stream to have us all watch it together to end things off. Tesla has quite the booba here. Yeah, if anyone likes Dragon Ball, they should absolutely watch Mr. Fusion. He always goes over all the in-depth stuff, like the behind the scenes at every moment of production and everything. Best Dragon Ball YouTuber to me. Alright, I guess we will watch the death battle once we are all set over here. I guess this is less of a comic making stream and just a hangout kind of stream. It was a comic making stream for the first 45 minutes. Down, 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 down. Ah, ba, ba, ba. Alright. Well, we got Tesley there. Actually, let me get the hair a bit. Down, down, down. Nope, nope. Where is my tools? Hello? Toolbar? My toolbar has disappeared. Not that. There it is, okay. Just increase the brush size here. Yeah, the latest thing that Mr. Fusion covered was the history of the evolution of the Tuffle Saiyan conflict throughout the Dragon Ball franchise. Dun, 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 dun. And I guess... what kinda... I'll just give her... yeah, cause her well, no. Her undersuit is not showing for the arms, but I'll just make this dark down here. And that'll give enough of a lead off in the lower parts to sort of taper off the image, smudge it up a bit. There we go. That's a Tesley. Alright, and because I want to get to eat and everything, I am going to stop drawing. This is the end of the drawing portion, I guess. So here's all the sketches we did up. We got Chase McCain over here. Star looking into nothing butterfly. Our monster friend from the previous Doodle stream stuff I did. Tesley showing off her stuff, and Ed alarmed. And I guess we'll save this, and then I will switch over to looking at that death battle, which I guess means this will be a reaction stream, but that's a bit odd to say. Alright, let's see here. Kuriza Megatron. Bada-bo, bada-bo. Alright, let's see here. Turn that off. Alright, everybody, get your snacks and everything. We're going to be watching a 20-minute video to end this off. Oh, no, stop. There it goes. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna say goodbye to these guys, and head on over to Dish. NordVPN, of course. The thing that everybody has to advertise. And my stomach is growling, so let us get started. Actually, let me get something to eat. Just a small little thing. No, I don't typically accept reaction recommendations, Daniel, but I never get them, so I've never really had the opportunity to accept them. Mainly, it's just, if they come up, we can watch them. But if you want, you are always free to recommend things, and we will see about eventually doing them. But no guarantees. This was not a recommendation. I will be right back, though, because I need something to eat during this. So you all get ready. I'll be right back. Okay. Not the healthiest thing, but I got some chocolate. Guess this is kind of a movie viewing experience. Somehow I dropped down to 134 pounds now. Okay, well, let's see here. Is everybody all situated? You got your snacks, you got your drinks. Oh, well, I can probably do the War of the Monsters opening after this, Daniel, if it's that short. After that, though, I'm getting off to make dinner. Okay. Everybody here and accounted for. Shadow, Daniel. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I think everyone's here. So, yep, I am now even lighter than I was, Shadow. Oh, good. Masasa can talk about crushing both of us, then. As she remarked about me when I was 137 pounds? Yeah, I don't know how. I keep eating, but I keep going down in weight. But either way, I got my stuff. So, everyone move your timeline bars to the right to make sure you're caught up. And we will get started here. In 3, 2, 1.
Death Battle sponsored by NordVPN and BetterHelp.
Be sure to tell me if I need to lift or lower the volume.
When these two dictators collide, the cosmos will tremble. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who will
win a death battle.
Deep in the bowels of outer space lies a monster so cruel, so callous, so evil that the universe itself trembles at his approach. Behold, the mighty Lord Frieza. Oh, he's adorable with the horns and that floppy tail and
I never thought that. Looks like a demon.
Whoa. Awesome. And he's laughing. Cool. Frieza's diminutive stature and faux gentility were intentionally deceptive and rooted in a surprising place. In response to the Japanese economic bubble at the time, Frieza's design was
he's
meant to
based
evoke
on
real estate
salary
speculators.
man.
Series mangaka Akira Toriyama has described such speculators as the worst sort of people. Yes, really.
I guess you could say Frieza
He also
is
based
more than
him
meets the eye.
on
Wait, check that
monsters he
later.
thought were in the
Unknown
closet.
about Frieza's alien race and heritage,
That's
only
what
that
the
he and his
appearance
father were
comes
born
from.
as mutants with abnormally high power levels.
Oh, like how the doc said, my blood alcohol level was
Yeah, they've
0.8
never
straight
told
out the
what
womb.
his age
Frieza was
is.
so crazy strong that unlike most Dragon Ball characters who transform to get stronger, Frieza transforms to get weaker. So
Yep.
he doesn't like accidentally
Suppression.
nuke a planet. Only intentionally.
With his father's empire and army at his beck and call, Frieza would cross the universe, conquering worlds one by one and selling them to the highest bidder. Just like real estate speculators.
And if anyone objected,
Oh,
he just
that was
killed them,
originally
their
the
entire family, and
Saiyans.
everyone they ever knew. Just like real estate speculators. While he usually lets his weird, multicolored alien grunts do his dirty work for him, Frieza's not afraid to throw down himself, especially if some spiky-haired space monkeys start getting too uppity for their own good.
Frieza's strength comes from his innate understanding and manipulation of his own ki, or life energy, which he can use to enhance his physicality or manifest into projectile attacks.
Basically what
His classic
bioessence
death
is
beam,
in my
death
stuff.
bolt, death wave, death cannon, death saucers. Yeah, I'm sensitive
AKA
here.
stealing
Frieza
from
can move
Krillin.
mountains with his mind, fire laser beams from his eyes, create ki force fields, and he even learned to sense the ki of others through sheer observation alone. He's fast enough to keep up with Goku's ki attacks, which, scaled to the ki he absorbed for his spirit bomb against
Here
Kid
we
Buu,
go.
could move across the universe in less than a minute. That would be over
We
17
all know
quadrillion
this
times the
doesn't
speed of light, and he's gotten even
come as a
stronger and
thought to
faster since then.
Toriyama.
You know you're a badass when you can stroll into Planet Vegeta, a planet filled with people whose only higher aspirations involve murder and hair gel, and talk shit like you own the place. And he got so paranoid about one of them getting strong enough to kick his ass that he blew up the friggin' planet.
Yeah, in
Considering
Toriyama's
Vegeta has 10
coloring,
times the gravity of Earth,
Frieza's
this would mean
usually
it likely
pink,
has
not
10 times
white.
the mass and 100 times the energy
Unless it's the
required to
final
overcome
form.
its gravitational binding energy and destroy it. That's over 5.3 yotatons of TNT.
TNT.
And that was in his weakest form. Too bad he kinda missed a spot. Or several, because a bunch of Saiyans survived to fight another day.
Yeah,
Space genocide
they-
just ain't what it
They
used
just
to be.
keep
This was
making
the
up
backfight
people
of
that
when he was
survived.
finally forced to confront the earthbound Saiyan Kakarot, and accidentally ended up being the reason he turned into the legendary Super Saiyan.
Like the albino dildo he is, Frieza has survived being pounded by Broly for over an hour straight, crushed by Goku's spirit bomb, and then split in half, consumed
That
by
is a
an
lot
exploding
gorier
planet,
in the
and left
comic.
to float in the vacuum of space.
You can
He
see his
can survive
intestines
without
coming
the
out
vast
in the
majority of
comic.
his body, though unlike other Dragon Ball villains, he can't heal on his own.
It didn't help him that much after he got his ass sent to hell, but because of that dragon in his balls, he was back at it again.
And with just 4 months worth of training, the first time he'd ever trained in his entire life, Frieza was
That
able
has
to
always
achieve
been a
new transformation
ridiculous
capable of
thing to
surpassing
me
the
to
Super
get him
Saiyan
that
Golden
powerful.
Frieza.
That's a level of laziness I aspire to, Wiz. Being our Frieza here lets him keep up with Super Saiyan Blue Goku and
Yeah,
Vegeta.
Frieza is a hard one to
Super
take
Saiyan
down.
God Goku could blow up the whole of Universe 7 in a punch clash with the God of Destruction.
Now that is
Beerus.
just where I
The
lose
shockwaves of their
interest.
punches were able
Just,
to reach the edges of
well, we're
existence
going to
in only a
destroy the
few
fight
seconds.
with
Over
shockwaves,
270
the
quadrillion times the speed of
universe
light,
and everything.
that's before so many years of power-ups and training between then and now.
Totally crazy, but nothing compared to his newest and greatest form.
A
Well, at least
transformation capable
Frieza's
of
as
surpassing
violent
Goku's
as he
ultra
used to be.
instinct and Vegeta's ultra ego, their peaks at this point. A transformation even stronger than Gas, who was wished to be the strongest in the universe.
I've seen those
Literally
characters,
said F you to the Dragon
not
Balls. This
know
is
much
Black
about 'em.
Frieza.
The all-seeing Oracle Fish had prophesied the coming of the universe's strongest, and perhaps he was talking about Frieza all along.
No,
on, give
that's
us a number
Goku,
prediction.
obviously.
Oh, Wiz, I think you're gonna die. Though, for some godforsaken reason, he didn't use his newfound power to kill those pesky Saiyans. They were right there, you moron!
In fact, he once committed the archvillain's greatest sin and teamed up with them to save their universe and beat Jiren.
Yeah, that's
Being
what
comparable
fan
to the
service
gods of
does.
destruction.
Because no one's allowed to destroy the universe but him.
And that's a promise he means to keep. This almighty emperor will continue to rule the universe with an iron grip and a heart of ice.
Chilling elegy.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
Yeah, they shouldn't. Bye-bye.
This episode of Death Battle is sponsored by NordVPN.
It's no secret
Okay.
that Wi-Fi networks, especially free public ones, can be compromised by criminals to get access to, spy on, or even alter your data.
For example,
Well, that don't
you want to
sound
surf
good.
the web at your local cafe, but the network you sign into happens to be a fake one set up to harvest any sensitive data you enter.
The solution?
Well, I'd
Encrypt
turn
your
my
online
device
traffic
off,
with NordVPN at
run
all
away.
times to keep their naughty fingers out of it.
NordVPN is easy to use. You can connect with one click or
Good for you guys. I don't want to listen to this.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Or you have-
live even longer and become an 80s toy commercial. This
That was
is
micro
Megatron.
change the toy
In
came from.
Cybertron's ancient past, the planet was ruled by the Functionist religious order. Which
Oh, so they're
decreed
going
that
with this
Transformers'
backstory.
natural-born alternate mode determined their role and status in society, rather than letting them choose for themselves. Born
Yeah,
into this
you
repressive
gotta
caste system,
pick
Megatron
whatever,
Retard dreamed of something
backstory you
So
want.
this giant Hasbro toy robot, only $5.99 at your nearest Rite Aid, wrote a manifesto.
It
on
is
peaceful
not
dissent
$5.99.
that the oppressed Cybertronian working class. So much so, in fact, that the Senate tried to have him assassinated. Whoa! Politics alert!
After surviving that brush with death, Megatron was convinced that peace could never be an option. The only path left to overthrow the crippling social order was violent revolution.
So, were the Autobots originally the bad guys here? Optimus Prime? More like Optimus
In
Prime.
that
Never
backstory
saying
a
Megatron
bit.
wasn't committed. The Civil War he started between the two groups lasted 9 million
In the
fucking
original
years.
stuff,
And
no,
again,
it was just
remember, toy
Decepticons
robots.
bad.
He was aided in his war efforts by his immensely powerful fusion cannon, a giant laser bazooka that can hit targets
Yikes.
from 12 miles away and level a small town in a single shot. These projectiles are so fast, they're able to exit the atmosphere from ground level after only a single second. By scaling the distance of the Earth using the angle of this shot, the fusion cannon's projectile must be moving over 4,200 times the speed of sound.
But, like me, the fusion cannon needs a little time to recharge between shots. So Megatron's got some tools to keep the job going.
Yeah,
He can close the
don't
distance
think
with his
that'll be
energon mace
good
and
against
lock blows with
Frieza.
his energon shield. It helps that Meg's literally
The
fought as a gladiator
recharge
before he was
thing.
a revolutionary.
Megatron can fire lasers from his eyes and arms, launch buzzsaws strong enough to slice through solid rock,
Got
fly
Metal
through the
Man's
air, and
attack.
open up a force field known as a panic bubble.
Now, it might seem like a huge flaw that it lets enemy combatants
That looks like the
inside,
Fallen.
But that's only until you realize it won't let them back out again. That's when the panic part comes in. Megatron's not trapped in there with you. You're trapped
Nothing there
with
of him.
Megatron's Cybertronian body is strong enough to match the Autobot leader Optimus Prime, who can toss around oil tankers weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. And Megatron's metallic hide was tough enough to survive an explosion so massive it launched the entire planet of Cybertron through space.
Which is smaller
Take a
than
look at
Earth
Cybertron's
in that
mass and how fast
universe.
it was sent flying to get its overall kinetic energy. Megatron must have survived a blast equal to nearly 4.5 nenatons of TNT, enough to annihilate a small star. He can even keep up with Decepticons like Starscream, who can fly across the galaxy from Earth to Cybertron at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light.
And he wouldn't be a Transformer without being able to transform into various vehicles. A tank, a stealth bomber jet,
Obviously, they're not gonna do just the gun.
Or B-38, in fact. I'm sorry, Wiz. I know he's this tragic revolutionary corrupted by the cycle of violence or whatever, but that is the funniest shit I have ever seen. What does he have, like his Deceptive buddies point him at people and fire?
sometimes. He
Sadly.
can fire himself too.
Oh my god. That looks even sillier.
You may be laughing, but Megatron is no.
Well, that's
joke.
Armada
By
Megatron,
utilizing space bridge teleportation
aka
technology,
badass
Megatron
design
establishes a
Megatron.
link up to a nearby black hole and teleport the antimatter it produces to his location.
Through his eyeballs.
Should matter and antimatter meet, they will be mutually annihilated in a brilliant release of energy defined by E equals mc squared. It doesn't matter how durable the matter is, it will be destroyed at the subatomic level.
Has Megatron's war for control
Now, has
of
Megatron
Cybertron
ever
done
done
all of
that
his
in
high-voltage
anything?
ideals started to fall to the wayside.
In essence, there used
Like,
to be a
the
point to
collision
war.
of
Now,
that.
War was the point. His only goal left was to rule Cybertron with a
I always
literal
love the
iron
little
fist.
design
That's
on
where
his
Megatron's
chest there.
greatest weapon came into play. His mind. The dude is a strategic and tactical genius who's always thinking 10 steps ahead.
He's fought
Unless it's
powerful
Starscream,
Transformers
then he
like Grimlock,
just
Renegade,
lets him
and the
do whatever.
Decepticon, a being with the power of an entire evil universe behind it.
He and Optimus have even fought Nova Prime and Regenesis Shockwave.
They fought
both of
Nova
whom utilize
Prime?
the energy of that same
I didn't know
universe.
that.
Megatron once sealed himself inside an Omniglobe and commanded 1,000 real-life battles at once, funneling every iota of relevant
Oh.
information into his brain
Well,
at the same time.
I guess I have
The
dropped
sheer
off
range of
from
data will be
collecting as much
incomprehensible for
info
anyone
as I
without
used
that
to on
supercomputer
Transformers.
But all that robot ass kicking ended up as a draw.
Do
And
know
the only
quite a
true
bit,
loser
though.
was Cybertron.
With the planet in ruins and its civilization extinguished, the Cybertronian
Oh,
golden
there's
age
a
was long
Verity, I
over.
think, in the
And
upper left.
vanguard of its destruction was Megatron.
Who's now a crusty Saturday morning cartoon villain with a voice that sounds like he smokes 40 packs a day and a hate boner
Yeah,
for his
Frank
boneheaded second in
Welker.
command. Starscream.
After countless millennia of a humiliating stalemate with his Boy Scout rival, Megatron's brilliant mind
I do
finally
love the
turned
Megatron
inward.
Armada
He
design.
remembered that his early writings advocated for peaceful conversion.
This is
between
one
gods
thing
and
I always have
abomination.
issue with, is them combining all the versions, like, as if they're the same guy.
In what was possibly his most surprising tactical move yet, Megatron saved the universe from annihilation as an Autobot.
What?
He realized that after millions of years of indefinite war, the ideals that he fought for, freedom, justice, equality, had switched sides, and Megatron had to as well.
Turns out there was more to this supervillain than met the eye, because true to his nature, Megatron transformed.
Well, let's skip the hottest anime of the year, apparently,
This episode of Death Battle is
and I
sponsored
guess
by
get into
BetterHelp.
another
Like your
advertisement.
very own brain is getting in your
Yeah, they
way?
seem to have done quite a bit of combining elements for Megatron,
Should be doing, but
which
you can't do it and you
is
don't know
going to
why.
be interesting to see how they handle this. My money's still on Frieza, though, because that is Frieza. I'm sorry, that's a tough act to live up to, unless you're in the universe Frieza is in.
What's great about it too is that it's entirely online. That's right, no long
Yeah,
commitments with their
these
stuff.
kinda
Have a session
grate
right on the
into you
comfort of your
after
own
a
home.
while.
All you have to do to start is
Thankfully,
look
I
up
can
frequent
talk
care to get
over
matched with the
them.
right licensed therapist
What do
for
you guys think will win? Although, Shadow, you've seen this, I'm
Make
sure,
your brain your
so,
friend with BetterHelp.
Visit BetterHelp.com.
I guess Daniel, if you're here.
Off your first month.
Oh, well, either way, here we go. That
That
was live action Megatron.
It's time for a
Death
battle!
Alright. Is this 2D animated? 3D? Yeah, it's 3D. Because they have 3D models for all of them. Okay, now, this would be a time for Primus to wake up.
Cyber whatever, I, Lord Frieza, claim this world as my own. Cheer for me or face annihilation.
I have fought for my planet for eons. I would rather see it turn to ash than reside in your filthy hands, organic
Well, that is his
scum.
attitude.
I love it when they monologue back.
No, that doesn't normally happen.
Pity.
Oh.
To construct a new mothership
I
from
thought
the
he was
core.
going to go through the other forms. It would be hilarious if Primus just woke up and, like, slapped both of them.
My wits can more than suffice, you blithering ponce.
Ow. They have a good Frieza there. Oh, I thought... Was that his flail he was using? Or was that just an energy construct? It looks like the flail. Yeah, that's his flail. That is hilarious. Oh. Okay, well, Primus is injured.
Where did you go? Huh?
You... Oh, right. Transformers. Well, this is going a lot faster than Goku was against him. That's a very nice shine they have. Partly better than what I've seen a Dragon Ball Super with him. Mega Death Blast. Well, this is getting his wartime self excited. Oh. Ow.
Well, doesn't this just always happen? I give it 5 minutes.
Oh, well... Megatron would definitely be pissed by this.
Behold the mighty Lord Frieza, ruler of a dying planet. My planet. Where is your army? Where is your ship? So powerful, and yet you will wander the depths of space for eternity. All because of me! What a fool.
You despicable cretinous worm! I'll torture you until your screams can be heard in the vacuum of space!
Die a fool's death.
Oh, well. At least they don't have to deal with Frieza in that universe. Oh, never mind.
You will die by my hand!
You fool!
Well, Frieza does prevail.
Trillions must kill them all.
Looks like he's gonna need some more robo
1
parts.
minute and 10 seconds, idiot.
Megatron's ruthless resilience may have netted him a win in some scenarios, but Frieza's overwhelming power gave him a
Yeah, I
clear
figured
edge.
Frieza
Megatron's
would
ace in the
win.
hole was his antimatter, which would have annihilated Frieza's ass no matter how tough it was.
And that was a real possibility.
There's
Megatron is a master
perfect
tactician and
Megatron.
manipulator with millions of years of combat experience. Frieza, on the other hand, has always relied on his raw power and intimidation to win fights.
When things don't go his way, he has a tendency to freak out.
However, Frieza has survived getting most of his body obliterated and kept going.
Which meant the antimatter wasn't a surefire win. It would have to completely cover Frieza's whole body before he could react. And Frieza was way too fast for that.
While Megatron scaled to characters who could cross galaxies, Frieza has kept up with Goku, who should be at least trillions of times faster.
And on his smaller size and key force fields, Frieza had more than enough ways to avoid, defend, or survive the antimatter.
So Megatron's only option was power. While Megatron has survived planet-busting explosions and even fought with a being that had the energy of a universe behind it, Golden Frieza was just too much for him, considering he certainly surpassed Goku and Beerus's Punch Clash. Since Universe
Okay,
7 as a whole
now,
should be over 13
what
times
about
larger than Marvel,
Unicron? Because
Frieza's
they
super forms would far
kind of
exceed
destroyed
Megatron's
what's in place to take care of him.
Happened at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super. Goku has gotten leagues stronger since then, and Black Frieza is currently beyond him. There was just no way Megatron was strong enough to keep up.
Megatron was a devious foe, but Frieza's power, speed, and
Oh.
sheer survivability allowed him to crush the Decepticon leader underfoot.
I guess you could say Megatron was cool, but Frieza
Was
cooler.
The winner
Oh,
is Frieza.
thought he was gonna say ice cold.
Thanks for watching, and hey, are you a
You're
Discord
welcome.
member? We've
That
got a
was
phone
enjoyable.
right now where members get to choose
But
a matchup
this is
for the
my
next season.
video,
click the
so
join button and
we
jump
don't
aboard Champions
need
Discord.
you to keep babbling. Oh, well, what is this? Can't see the right half of the screen. Well. 2 shows I have never seen. Now. Oh, Iowa. I'm not living there anymore, but I guess I still get an ad for it. Well, how was that for everybody? That was a pretty nice fight. They did do, like I said before, I really don't like when they combine different versions of characters to, like, make one that never existed, just to, like, have a more fair fight for the other guy and everything. It was fun, though. It's very nice animation, and that universe is very screwed now, with, like, presumably Unicron still out there, and Frieza chopped in half and everything, but whatever. That universe is not one that we shall hear of again. Unless I include it in the mega crossover of Awesome comic, which I never have time to work on anymore. I would probably throw it in there, though, just as a little thing to have. Oh, well, assuming you just watched the death battle that we saw, Daniel, welcome to your first ever death battle. There's countless others to see. Some of my favorites are probably Gundam versus Optimus Prime, Discord versus Bill Cipher, I guess Samurai Jack versus Afro Samurai, Popeye versus Saitama is pretty damn fun. And none of the Goku versus Supermans, that's just boring to me. But, yeah, they do some fun ones, they do some really dumb ones to me, but the ones that are good are pretty damn awesome. I did quite enjoy this one. Let's see here. Oh, well, yeah, not many people like the Goku versus Superman ones, Daniel, but that's just because of the outcome. Personally, I just find the whole confrontation to be kind of dull, is all to me. But, let's see. You were suggesting War of the Monsters opening. So let us see what this is. Oh, there is an HD version. I guess we'll see that. Now loading, now loading. Gundam Evolution is on the side. War of the Monsters is trademarked. Sony Computer Entertainment, Incog... blah blah. Oh, Incog Inc. Entertainment. This is very obviously 50s, 60 type of movie intro. Oh. So, I can see what directly they are parodying the style of. Oh, that's one way to disable UFOs. Not sure who would all be driving around at a time like that. Woohoo! Oh no! Yeah. Oh, so they start experimenting with the stuff the aliens had. Oh, so this is kind of like Rampage. Oh, that's a cute little game, it looks like. No, Sophist, we don't need you right now. Let's, hold on. Oh. I guess before I go, we can, how I showed the little Venom tyrant earlier, I can, put that up on screen. The Hypnos Resident Evil. Yeah, here is, the Venom-esque tyrant that I was showing earlier. Yeah, I would definitely give that game a shot if I had it. I have a PS2 somewhere, but I don't know where that is. Yeah, but this is the Hypnos Tyrant, which you are never going to see me face in any of my Resident Evil Let's Plays, because this is from the side game, an arcade game, Resident Evil Survivor. Although it is on the PS1. But this was the Tyrant made at the Sheena Island facility. Very awesome music, though. This is obviously the ending of this game. This is actually the island that all of the tyrants in the series, like, were originally mass-produced from. Well, he got down his first form. There's the guy that made him in the background. Da, 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 down. Yeah, and then, as with every game, there's like a mutation. Gets back up. And here's
the helicopter.
Oh. Classic Resident Evil voice acting. There's the more adult form.
Still alive.
Yeah, I'm never gonna face this thing, so may as well show it here since I was showing the picture earlier. Alright, and let's just get to where it gets damaged enough that it mutates into the final form. Yeah. There it goes. And always have to have the little chest organ exposed. There it is. And Venom has arrived. Venom, Venom, Venom. Yeah, he's a lot more buff, but he feels like he'd be slower as this. And obviously, it's like moments away from the place blowing up. So, he beats him. They get into, like, the helicopter. And then he hangs on. Oh. Then he somehow shoots a second missile at the missile he shot. Then bam, there he goes. But yeah, that was Resident Evil Survivor. And let us get back over to Dish. We'll just end, I guess, with a little showing of the comic page that will go up later. And just get it all in frame for this last little moments of this. I do thank you all for being here. It has been very fun. I hope you all had a decent time and everything. For me, I am going to go get something to eat. So, you all have a good night, and I guess maybe we will see something again later. But farewell for now, everybody. Yep, nope. I'm just checking a couple more things here before I head off. Oh, yep. Catch you guys later. Sayonara. Maybe do the Let's Play tomorrow. We'll see. I guess expect Resident Evil tomorrow for now. See you later.